Okay, testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Hello, hello. All right. Mm, 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 mm. Hello, boys. How are we today? How's it going? How's it going? Is that a fresh cut? I don't usually cut my hair at all. Like whenever I cut whenever I get a haircut, I literally just grab the machine and like buzz my entire head. But I was trying to, I don't know, just trying like to shave the sides like this. I was actually going to like clean it up a little bit from the back. I hate having like this fucking ugly mullet. Uh, I'm gonna close a few windows here because I don't want my computer to have a stroke. And I'm gonna do some drawing. Today is drawing day. Every day is drawing day. It seems like my internet has been a little shit lately, so hopefully it doesn't give me any issues. And also my computer, I had to like reinstall Windows 100 times because it was always getting too slow. But I fixed it now. I shouldn't have to worry. Okay. So here I'm drawing on my iPad. If you've watched the previous streams, you guys probably know that I draw mostly in Photoshop, but I have been really liking iPad. I have been really liking drawing in iPad because I don't know. I feel like I can draw better in a looser way without thinking too much, without letting my brain overthink. I love your drawing. Thank you. Let's try to do some more. But yeah, I've been really, really liking this thing, Procreate. Um, well, as I always say, whenever I start a new stream, I wanted to do this a daily thing for me to stream at like a fixed time and everything. Because why not? If I'm already trying, I might as well record it, right? It kind of helps me develop a schedule. But I don't know what I'm gonna draw today. My idea was okay. I'm gonna draw a little bit of anatomy and like getting more comfortable with that, and also sharing a little bit the way that I study, the way that I like studying things. So maybe you guys can like make yourself an idea, and maybe that's helpful. Procreate is goaded. I mean, it's not that Procreate itself is any better than whatever other programs there is. I mean, to be fair, I've only tried Procreate and Magma is a little dog shit. But the reason I like drawing an iPad, like with the screen instead of drawing, because I have my other like desktop tablet, but it's kind of hard because I don't know, I just don't like it as much. And this is probably me making excuses, but I feel like I'm too tense whenever I'm drawing. I feel like I'm too rigid. Um, Something aside from the actual fundamentals of drawing, because getting better at drawing is a little tricky. Because what are you exactly improving at? You know, so if you take aside things like anatomy and all the art related fundamentals, and we start to look into things like your workflow and the way that you interact with the canvas, there is this sneaky thing, which is how much you are overthinking and caring about your mistakes. And the goal is to get this bar as low as possible. Is to like reduce the amount of overthinking and caring that we put into this. And I think a good way of measuring this is by seeing how much you are undoing your lines and overthinking too much. So I think if you focus, if you say, okay, I'm gonna optimize, not even for drawing better anatomy and perspective, which is important, but optimize for being a loser and not caring. Just I know it's a bit of an abstract concept. I really don't like talking about this thing so much because you can't really put them on paper. But it's really important and it's undeniable. It's literally night and day difference. This is what makes you have a bad drawing day, by the way. So whenever it's also very stupid. Notice the way I'm holding the pen right now. I think hopefully you can see it. If you hold it like this, like very with your fingers very close to the tip, you're going to be drawing like this is how you hold your pen in high school whenever you're drawing whenever you're writing stuff, right? Whenever you're writing an essay or something, you write like this. But for drawing, this is really bad because it puts you into a very tense state and mindset. So ideally you're drawing with your like almost like this. Fuck, you can't see it, but almost like this with a very loose grip, holding your pen far away from the tip. It sounds stupid. It really sounds like it doesn't do anything, but it will kind of train you to care less and to accept the fact that your drawings are going to look a little uglier, and that is enough for you to be at least, I want to say, 25% more detached automatically, which is really fucking sick. That's something you want to be doing. More intuition instead of overthinking. I have been trying that, just drawing every day and slowly finding out what I want to learn and how. Yes, but aside from the actual, I mean, I guess this is something that comes from practicing a lot. Even though I don't like saying yes, just mindlessly draw more and you will be better, because of course there are some things that you need to have a lot of intention when you're drawing. But at the same time, it's like yes, it comes with time. Like you develop the confidence over time. It's just about confidence. It's like I said, like I said on one of my previous videos, having pure confidence is about. It's not about being so good that you can draw anything. It's about simply not caring. If you think about it, a little kid like who's in kindergarten is just like doing ugly drawings. He has the most confidence. Not because he's the best at drawing, but because he's overthinking the least. A little kid is not thinking if his dog shit drawing looks better or you see he's not overthinking, he's just drawing. And he's like I don't want to get into like I'm not trying to say that you should look up to this type of art. I'm not going to like say that this looks any good like Picasso or like modern art bullshit. But it's not about the actual art, the actual result, but the way that you interact with your lines that matter. And if you can revert back to that stage of like drawing like a little kid by having the knowledge of a fucking professional, you're gonna be set up. Uh, so yeah, I wanted to show a little bit the way that I study things, by the way, because I have been focusing a lot this last few months on anatomy, on human anatomy, and I haven't been practicing a whole lot of other things like random objects, like everyday objects that sometimes you get to draw. So I was drawing like goggles, like aviation goggles, and like looking into accessories that I can give my character so they don't look all the same and I can vary a little bit. And just like I remembered, because I've done this in the past, of course, is actually way easier than you think. It's actually way easier than human anatomy. Human anatomy is really fucking hard, but when you take a little break and you start drawing other stuff, it becomes so much easier to you realize, oh, I can actually memorize things. I'm not a retard, I can actually I'm slightly more competent than I thought. Hmm. Been missing the water. The water. I don't usually bring water onto my streams, but I've been drinking more water. Okay, let's try to do something. Let's try to just draw. So I was drawing like a scene here. I was just like drawing character, and then adding more characters. Way easier to think of a pose when you already have more characters, and you're like, there is less pressure for the next poses that you draw to look perfect. So it's better if you draw characters and then drawing them from different angles. So you may notice this these guys right here that I drew, like this sort of mannequins. You see how I always kind of talk about mannequins? Well, not so much all the time, but I always kind of say that you should be drawing mannequins to overload the difficulty of anatomy. So this is kind of like mannequins, but more organic and more shitty. Like these are purposefully shitty, and this is like to kind of like prove the point that I was making. So this is a very interesting concept. You can have very simplified anatomy. Of course, you can have, let's say, when you're drawing a human body or anything, whatever, but let's just say the human body specifically. You have two ways of doing it. You have like two options in terms of looseness or in terms of how much finished or rendered you want it to be, how much commitment you want to put into it. So what you do is, okay, I want to be loose because I want to practice being loose. So you draw stuff like this, right? So you vaguely draw like your characters without any real you're not worrying about detail. You're just the only thing that you are kind of focusing on here is proportions. But everything is just like very straightforward. You're drawing things almost with like just one line, and you're not really thinking hard or worrying too much. It's like, okay, you have an idea in your mind, and you're just drawing it in the most brain dead possible way without having too many expectations. I think this is just about what it comes down to. Reducing your expectations when you're drawing. This is the reason why, I started to draw these guys a lot. And, of course, I will still draw more complex and more detailed, more calculated anatomy as well, and characters and everything. But it's important to draw whatever it is that you have in mind with the mentality of, okay, I'm okay if this looks like shit. If anything, you purposefully lower the bar, and this is what the way you do it. Even mannequins, I think they can be even a little bit too stressful for this. But when you are a beginner, they're very important. Like right now, I can just get along with doing this, guys. Mm, I also wanted to like practice more faces. I'm gonna draw more faces. I'm gonna draw faces. Start drawing faces in a minute. Because faces are important, and I feel Most people don't practice that enough. I feel like most people don't practice faces as much as they should. As I've said in the past, I think it's because, well, first of all, faces are really hard. Like, drawing realistic faces from memory is very difficult. But I think it's a combination of either knowing that they're too difficult, but also having the idea that since you're looking at faces every day, you should already be kind of good at it, you know? So we have a little bit of arrogance in some way, and we think, I'm already good at looking at faces. You know, I've looked at faces all day, every day since the moment I was born. So I should be good at drawing faces naturally, right? It shouldn't be that hard, and because it is hard, and when you try to draw faces you get kind of demotivated because you're like, oh shit, this is actually really hard. You start doubting in yourself a little bit, and you start thinking, okay, maybe I'm not good at this, and you kind of procrastinate doing faces, and you go like, nah, I'm just gonna do the rest of the human body, which is fairly easier, and I'll do faces eventually, or just straight up neglect them. I've seen very few people, like extremely few artists who are in like the same niche and everything, who you can tell they're actually comfortable drawing like somewhat realistic faces from imagination, that they've done the work that's required to pull that off. Because most people just fake it, man. And I also do this a lot myself. But I'm trying to purposefully force myself to do this more, because I don't want to be one of those people who can draw like anatomy, but faces look like shit. And they, when it comes to drawing faces, when it's time to draw faces, they draw this. They draw the, this face that just tells, fuck the stupid motorcycle. I always see people draw faces like this, like this like very cartoonish, simplified face, and that's okay if you're a beginner or if you're already pretty good at drawing faces and you know what you're doing. But I really think it's unacceptable when you are good at drawing anatomy and stuff from imagination, but you are still kind of neglecting this, and you're like, okay, no, I just give up. I'm not even gonna bother with the face. It's like, yeah, you get the idea. It's like just an ugly face, and people don't bother to really dig into the science of this and how every little bit, because it's fairly hard, right? It's really actually difficult, because all faces are kind of different. Men and women have different facial features. The proportions of the face, it's something you need to memorize. The proportions and the relations of literally everything, and this takes a lot of time. Also, what else? The perspective. Everything has perspective. Perspective, for the three people who are watching this right now. Let me give you an important lesson for drawing in perspective. Perspective is not, if whenever I say perspective, you think of boxes. You think of, oh yeah, just drawing a bunch of boxes, whatever. The way that those boxes translate onto the actual drawings you make, onto the actual anatomy that you draw, is very important. So it's like, if you look at a face, if you look at my face right now, everything is on perspective here. No, no, I don't only mean like the shape of my face, of my head, but I mean even the smaller things, like my eyelids are on perspective, my eyebrows are on perspective, my my temple is on perspective. The brow ridge, the nose, this like the bony part of the nose, the fleshy part of the nose, the bottom of the nose. Like it's not only, oh yeah, the nose is in perspective. No, it's also the nostrils that are in perspective. It's also the fuck. It's also the what's the name for this? You know, the whole part of the nose, the mouth as well, the cheekbones, everything is on perspective. Even the jaw. You need to be able to show this in a way that doesn't look like you're drawing stickers on the face, and that you're actually drawing stuff that makes sense individually as a three-dimensional shape that kind of looks like it's sculpted like a marble statue or something. Let's keep on working on this. Even like the cartilage of the nose and the bone and everything has its own individual perspective. You can't just draw it like a sticker, man. Why are your lines so shaky? Because my hands are shaky. That it's just that whenever I draw on iPad, my I don't know if my grip is very unsteady. Well, it's actually look, it's actually because I'm holding the pen like this. I'm holding the pen like this, very far away from the tip. If I hold it like this, if I hold it like very close to the tip, right, it's gonna be they're not gonna be shaky. They're actually going to be pretty smooth. But because I'm holding it like this, I'm more relaxed. And because I'm more relaxed, my lines naturally look worse. Uh, so let's try to draw something else here. Just gonna. I know you're probably joking, but the reason why I'm actually doing this is because it helps me be more detached from the drawings, as I was saying. When you're more relaxed and you're not trying to make your lines look perfect, your workflow improves. Your lines stop being so stiff and you stop caring too much about whether you make a mistake or not. But if you are really fixating on making your lines good, what's going to happen is that you're going to measure how good the drawing is by the quality of your lines, which is a mistake. Because if you do that, you're going to be overthinking more. You're going to be drawing in a stiffer, rigid way, and you're not going to have fun. This is how you fucking. This is how you hate drawing. This is how you get actual burnout by caring too much. You need to draw like a little kid. Remove your shiver me timbers on Davy Jones' locker. This is Davy Jones. Okay, what can we draw? Maybe okay. I'm gonna start trying to practice faces and everything, and I'm going to be honest with myself in terms of the things that I struggle with, so I can improve better, right? Because I have improved a lot when it comes to making my faces proportional, but there are some things, of course, I struggle with, and honestly, I have no idea what those things are. So I'm going to be extra analytic on my own work to see what is the type of mistakes that I tend to make. What do you post? I also need to, I guess, learn more haircuts the same way that I do anatomy. You also learn haircuts. Yeah, I feel like drawing like this. At least for me, whenever I draw like this, I'm not having fun because you're caring too much about little mistakes. You're doing a lot of like layers of line work and layers in general. When you have too many layers, fuck me, man. That's such a mood killer. I'm just more of a fan of raw dogging it. All right, let's let's draw faces. Let's raw dog a face. So you can start drawing a face like in many ways. You can start with even the hair. Even depending on what haircut you choose. becomes easier to start with the head, with the with the hair. So I always tell people, hey, when you're a beginner, draw the facial features over simplified. Like, well, it's kind of tricky, but you need to find a way of making things easier, of course. So, you can draw the eyes like this, making it more cartoony, and then a nose like this. You still need to have a lot of kind of knowledge on proportions, which is the most important thing for this, right? So just remove the things that give you trouble. Remove the things that give you trouble for whenever you are drawing like the thing, right? But you gotta approach it in the way that makes it easier for you to. Wait, I'm trying to organize my thoughts here. You have like very general, specific knowledge, right? You have the like a hierarchy of things that you should be tackling when you're focusing on anatomy, and the biggest thing is proportions, right? So proportions are the most important thing because it's the way that you map where things should be on the canvas. In this case, if you draw a face, if you maybe you want to start with like a circle like this, and you already have the structure of like the three-dimensional head and planes and everything, right? And from this point, even if you have like a circle like this, you can start carving uh, a head, whatever. But because you have the planes, you can just you visualize them already. But the thing is that you wanna first understand where everything is being placed before you can start worrying about the details and the way things look. You gotta know, okay, if I'm gonna draw the eyes, where in here should I draw the eyes? I think a good way of measuring your progress here is to think of all the facial features. Like think of every feature you can think about. So the hair, the eyebrows, the nose, the lips. If you look at this empty circle with no guidelines or anything, you gotta be like, okay, I know exactly where everything is supposed to go here. So I know the eyes are supposed to go in the very middle of the head. So if the this is the top of the cranium and this is the bottom of the jaw, the eye should be right here in the middle. And since I know the eyes are here in the middle, I know the eyebrows are going to be a little bit up. And I know like if we have the wait, we have a very important guideline here, which is again, the middle of the face and everything, and then from this point you keep on building the rest. You know, you should have like roughly one eye of space in between each eye and everything. The problem for me is I'm a hardwired perfect runs from start to finish or draw nothing at all because if I don't do it, someone else will. Very few people actually do it. Very few people are able to do that. Very few people are able to like have a perfect run from start to finish, man, without making any mistake. And you know, if I know there are strong expectations if you're a little traumatized child like I am. Like maybe you have a lot of trauma or something and you always expect to be the best, you're super perfectionist. Or maybe you post on social media like I do and you know you're like, okay, everything has to be perfect here because in the end this is my fucking job. People are not gonna like buy from me or people are gonna say I'm bad. But it's still learning to just let go and doing it anyways. This is what I'm currently doing. Can I draw? Oh fuck! Can I draw a normal nose? A normal mouth? I need my dopamine high, or the imaginary crackhead that lives in my head is going to outwork me. Well, for me, this is part of being productive. Is doing the things that no one else is willing to give up. So like, it sounds ironic, but yeah, it sounds very ironic. But are you willing to give up your ego to be better than like beat your competition? As in, like you Are you willing to let your drawings look ugly for the sake of improving? Are you willing to let go of perfectionism? Because many people can't do it. I've actually I've actually seen very few people who can actually do it. Extremely few people. It's not the norm at all. Give some glasses to this guy. No wait, actually, let me give this guy some aviation glasses. When a crackhead has no money, they don't go. Oh, I guess I'm gonna get high today. They get up. They get. Yeah, I also watched that video. Bro, but it's just like this is part of our outworking the rest. This is just part of it because when you are not thinking and just having more fun, you're going to beat everyone else instantaneously. When you're having so much fun that drawing becomes absolutely frictionless, you're just going to be so good at it. Nobody can beat you because you're like, man, nobody can beat the guy who's having the most fun. It's ironic, like for being good at drawing, not only long term, but for having a good drawing too. It the thing that the way it works is the less you care about the drawing and the final result, the less you genuinely care, the better it's going to be. The more you want the drawing to look good, the worse it's going to be. Trust me, you've probably experienced this because it's just like such a blatant thing that just happens. But it is very weird to experience just drawing without caring at all. Just drawing by just having pure fun and not being even like concentrated. That's when the drawing turns out the best. Because you're relying on like you're putting trust in your own knowledge and not letting your perfectionism like guide the drawing to its own doom. What are your favorite reference books for anatomy? I don't really read any. Well, so for actual anatomy, I haven't actually. I didn't really learn anatomy by reading books on anatomy because I don't need them. Like, it's not necessary because you have so much more information on the internet. Because think about it, if you only have like one anatomy book, okay, you see the way that the artist broke down the anatomy with his drawings. But if you break it down yourself, you actually open yourself to so much more information, so many more interpretations, so many more like references, so you're not only confined to the drawings of a person that who drew the book, but you're all also able to see, you know, people in real life, 3D models. Yeah, other drawings can be fine. Maybe sculptures, all sorts of references, diagrams from all different sorts of angles and references. I think that's like a very the best way of doing it. I have here in my download folder, I have the George Bridgman anatomy book. I've kind of glanced over it, but I never really took the time to read it. But I think is okay. But again, I think it should not be. I think in the hierarchy of ways, no, it's just like I don't find it effective for actual learning. Like if your goal is to actually learn, I feel like it's very limited. Any sort of books. Using other people's drawings for comparing once you already kind of, so like let me give you an example. If you are studying the arms and you first got to understand the shape and you first got to understand how it works and everything, so the least place you're going to look is going to be an anatomy book, ironically, right? Because in the end that is an interpretation of another artist. So you're going to look at the real life. That is the you're going to look at your own fucking arm. Then you're going to look at a bodybuilder's arm. Then you're going to be looking at a malnourished woman or a malnourished baby arms. Then a 3D sculpture or a model or something. And then you're going to compare it to the drawing. And even like you're going to be like, okay, this drawing is telling me this. But I think my interpretation, because I already know the like what's behind the interpretation, right? It's not only just getting the knowledge of the interpretation, which is like the already pre-chewed kind of knowledge, but it's getting it yourself, and this is what will allow you to become an actual master at it. When you kind of watch Proco 20 times and memorize the landmines and works just as fine. What are landmines? Like landmarks? I guess it just doesn't really work unless you're doing it very mindfully. Unless you're actually doing it very mindfully. Because listen up. How many let me ask you a question. How many cars, how many vehicles have you observed? Have you seen in your entire life since you were born? Probably, I don't know, millions? I have no idea. Probably a million, 2 million cars. Do you know how to draw a car from imagination in full detail? Probably not. Because you need to have, like, looking at something 100 times, a million times, doesn't mean that you're going to automatically get it. This is why people can't draw faces, because they have, like, this ego. They think, oh, I already look at faces, so I don't need to study them. And they get disappointed because they look like shit. So you need to actually take in some time to put in some effort. Just grab the midget tool. Brother, what is the midget tool? I don't know what that tool is. What do you mean? What do you mean sculpt with the eraser? Oh, was drawing reflected light when shading ever difficult for you? Reflected light. light. I guess reflected light. I guess it's just about understanding. Like you can be good at rendering, but if you, in the case of humans, because it's the more obvious, it's the most obvious example of organic shape and form and everything. If you don't have an understanding on the form of the human body, or the shape of whatever it is that you wanna shade or do like hatching, you're gonna have issues. Not because of the hatching, like the shading is not the constraint. The constraint is going to be your lack of knowledge about the form and about the way it's being reflected, right? Because you just need to know what's the difference between skin and metal, right? They both reflect differently. So I'm not going to add the same level of shading and texture or the same way. So it's very little about knowing how to shade and render, and more about knowing how to actually draw the thing. I think when people focus too much and people ask, oh, how do I get better at shading? How do I, like, I think that's just like trying to find the easy solution and the shortcut. Because the way you do it, honestly, is by getting better at everything else and you automatically get good at shading. Kind of, right? Of course, the hard part, you still need to do a little bit of effort and actually learn a little bit, but it's not that terribly difficult. It's just following the form of the face in this case. It's not hard. Mm, I always picture you as a furry. Bro, is that a fucking insult? I'm gonna take that as an insult. Why did you even picture me as a furry? It's not like I never show my face. I've been showing my face pretty much every single time I post anything. Bro, I'm not a fucking furry, don't ask me that. You thought the same thing. You also thought I was a furry. Okay, so we have a face. What I want to do is kind of pinpoint exactly what gives me the most issues. I guess. Oops. I guess it's just your voice. It's not. It's, oh my god. Right now, I need to change my voice now. Okay. So you have a phase. Now, a phase. What I'm doing, Like I treat a face like this or whatever part of anatomy that I want to get better at drawing, like a gym workout. Oh well, not like a gym workout, but like a gym, like going to the gym, right? This is your physique, and you have different parts of your physique. You have your arms, you have your chest, you have your back, you have your legs, you have your shoulders. Okay, good. It's the same thing here. It's first of all understanding what are the things here that you can train individually. So you have the eyes. That is one thing. The eyes and the eyebrows. Let's just say the eyes and the eyebrows. Well, let's just say the fucking eyes. Why would you need to train the eyebrows? Then the nose. Boom. Then the mouth. Boom. Then I don't know. Maybe the ears. Yeah, that can be one part. Maybe the hair. Well, let's just say these four parts, or mm, well, it's actually a little harder than this. It's actually less straightforward. I wish I could come up with a more straightforward, simple analogy, but let's just keep it like this. Let's just pretend. So we have these four parts of the face, right? That we're gonna treat separately. You need to be knowledgeable about each of this, but you are going to be improving separately. It's not like, oh, I'm getting better at drawing the face and I'm equally getting better at drawing every facial feature. No. You're going to be a little shitter at something and a little better at other thing. You can be very good at drawing the mouth, the lips, the nose, but very shit at drawing the eyes. Or drawing the ears can be easier. You know, it's like growing your forearms at the gym, growing your forearms can be easier than growing your chest because forearms are like a muscle that is easier to train. So it's the same thing with the ear, for example, or the lips. You know, it's just like the lips are literally just a fucking line on your face, just like a. There's not too much anatomy on that. Now, this is where it gets a little tricky. This is the equivalent of like lifting very lightweight, you know, like the empty barbell. You're just simply mm, just a line. But now, what if you want to do this? Okay, it becomes a whole other set of problems that you need to figure out. So this is level one. Now this is level 20 or whatever. You know, it's not like level one, level two. Like you can figure it out however you prefer to look at it. But it's like then complicated. It is more complicated, right? Now you have teeth. Now you have a tongue. Now you have more stuff to worry about. You have more stuff to understand in perspective and understand in proportions and all of this, right? So obviously the most easier way of doing it is drawing the thing in the most simple possible fashion. So the most simple way of drawing the mouth to a point where it's valid is like this. It's like a straight line. The nose, plenty of ways. Like a good way is the way that I did it here. The nostrils are going to be visible. So like if I insert lighting, so like this for example, this part like the actual cartilage is going to blend with the rest of the skin, so it's not always even going to be so visible. So you can just like draw the nostrils if you want, or the eyes. You can also simplify it very simple like this. And then maybe you can start adding a little bit more. A little bit more detail, like the upper eyelid. Lower eyelid. At first, I always recommend that you just draw with like a just a dot, literally, just this. This is an eye. So you have different ways of drawing an eye that are like proportionally difficult. Like that, like they grow on difficulty, and then it's like maybe okay, you got more complex eye. Something like this. This is whatever. Everything can be properly overloaded. That's the thing. Hmm. I think the background noise is too loud. Fuck, I think it's too loud. What if I do this? Hello, no name drafter. Finally, more people are coming. Actually, let me post a story on Instagram so people join for a bit. Because I'm kind of making the streams for people to join, you know. Otherwise, I'd be just drawing alone, like I always do, all by myself. In silence, all pure discipline. No, but seriously, when you start drawing like this in this way, you start having more fun. It doesn't feel like you have to be like you have to force yourself to draw or anything. Wow. Fuck, why is my phone camera so like I don't know. Okay, there we go. Fuck. I want to take a picture, but the camera looks like very ugly. Shit. Fucking hate my camera, man. Yeah, whatever. You could draw on Magma with others. The thing is, well, I do use Magma for my classes and mentorship, but I personally don't enjoy using it because Magma is a little shitty. I have a Huion tablet and I have an iPad, the one I'm using right now. And in both of those devices, it works like shit. It works like shit. I just don't like it. Especially on iPad, which is the one that I want to use the most. It just doesn't. It just refuses to work. Like, well, it's not that it doesn't work, but the brushes are pretty bad. Like the way they work are pretty bad. It leaves like a pretty like ugly trace of paint. I don't know how to explain it, but it just doesn't behave the way you want it. What's wrong with my phone, brother? What are you guys gonna draw today? Right now, I'm drawing some military warriors. Nice. I still haven't got to the. I still haven't got too much into the experimental stage, honestly. Like, it's just a little tricky because if you try to be kind of playful with themes and you're like, okay, yes, I'm gonna draw like ninjas or something, or like a very specific thing, like military outfits and guns and everything. You have to know proper anatomy first, and that takes time because if you jump right into drawing crazy stuff like military stuff or let's see what else I can think of much more else. Stuff that you can kind of picture. You have to like it has a bit of a learning curve. If you are not good at anatomy yet, you're gonna be better off not even bothering with that because it's not going to look very convincing. So the I think the go to kind of exercise would be to draw more familiar stuff, because that's something that at least you've seen before and you don't need to invest too much effort into memorizing and learning new things. Because if you're a learner, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but if you're already doing anatomy and learning that takes a long time already. You're gonna struggle a lot. It's just not going to be very pleasant to feel like you're gonna be too dispersed. Just gonna make a video on Instagram. I don't know how to use Instagram. Ah, heck, I'll do this in a minute. I just want to have like I want to post a link to my YouTube so people can also join from Instagram. Sorry if I'm not drawing or doing anything here. I don't agree with you. You don't need anatomy, in my opinion. You need to be able to draw the human body in basic shapes, in space, and understand the basic construction of the head and hands. Brother, that is anatomy. That is, you just described anatomy. Which, by the way, the most important part of all of this that you mentioned, which you didn't mention, is proportions. Because look, you can be good at drawing the structure of the body and the hands and everything, like construction. The thing you're telling me, construction and form. I'm assuming, but if your perspective and well, I'm assuming you also mean perspective here, but if your proportions look bad, if your proportions are not accurate, it's going to look like dog shit. It's just the way it is because you can have it works like a mathematical equation in some way. So you can absolutely have a lot of knowledge on the form of the object, like the mannequin. The mannequin is amazing for this. It's something I always recommend people doing. But you can still draw very disproportionate mannequins because I used to make that mistake a lot. And if you don't focus on the proportions, you're gonna have a lot of trouble doing that. And to focus on proportions, you need to also develop a series of steps for learning other landmarks that are going to help you develop a better sense for proportions. So it takes a lot, man. Hmm. I wish I could tell you, yes, you're gonna do that in a few months. You know, it doesn't take too long to master anatomy, but it does, and it's really important. It is really important shit. Extremely important. I'm not saying you can't have fun. What I'm saying is that if you try and do things that are kind of fun looking and more experimental, they're gonna look. I don't want to say they're gonna look like shit, but honestly, man, you're gonna have a hard time and you're gonna get frustrated because you're not gonna have the confidence. You know, if you want to draw anything, you need to understand the thing that you're drawing. You can't just draw it out of thin air. You can't just come up with that the knowledge. It's just the way it is. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick because I already drank all my water. Damn, I miss your streams. You improved a lot. Thank you. And I haven't been drawing too much, honestly. Last time I streamed was like a month ago, and well, I've been trying to get into drawing more again because kind of need to do it. It's better than not doing anything. Real quick, I'm just gonna record the video for the Instagram. Uh, I'm very Instagram illiterate, so I might take a little bit. Mm. Okay. My face is actually leaner right now because I'm an artist and I can't afford to eat naturally. My face is getting leaner. No, but I was in a bit of a bulk, so I was getting very bloated, and now I kind of appreciate the fact that I don't look like a weird fat ass with like a bloated chin. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. What do you think about observation, looking at things, then drawing them just like Kim Jong Gi? Well, just looking at things are not gonna. It's not gonna do anything. Just me looking at, you know, I'm currently looking at my own face. If I only look at my face, it's not gonna do anything. I need to actually observe it with a lot of intention. I need to get so involved into everything that has to do with the face to the most autistic level you can imagine, to the point where you think, oh, this is unnecessary. And that's when you're actually going to see yourself memorize it. Because it's not just passive observation that's going to help you understand and memorize things. It's actually, yeah, a little bit more than that. And then for drawing them, something you need to know is that whenever you draw from imagination, so important to make the distinction of drawing from imagination and drawing from a reference, copying basically. Because when you're drawing from imagination, the difference is that your drawings, whatever comes from your mind, is a pure raw display of your knowledge on the thing that you're drawing. It's a like the most clear reflection of the things you know. Of course, if you're copying, you're only following the guides and everything. But drawing from memory is a test because it puts your not your memory. By the way, drawing from imagination doesn't put your memory to the test, but it puts your knowledge. It's not about memory because memory can only get you so far. It's not even about, oh, you have photographic memory, you can recall images, because that's not really going to help you. What's actually going to help you is how much you actually know about something, right? I was actually like some time ago, I was watching this video of Kim Jong Il drawing scissors. Scissors, like fucking scissors. The ones you use to cut paper and everything. And of course, the guy could draw scissors like absolutely perfect, no issues, 100 different types of scissors, and that's the thing that caught my attention. I remember that the fact that it's not that he just knew how to draw scissors, right? Because people say, "Oh, you have to photographic memory." I can't do that automatically. It's just like you have photographic memory, so that's easy for you. But you can have all the photographic memory in the world, and that is not going to help you remember facts like, oh yeah, this scissor was made for this specific thing in this country in this age in like the 1700s. Those are things that you have to go your own way and observe and understand. It's just about understanding and getting as much knowledge as you can, because that is the thing that's actually going to make you remember it. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Well, in case you noticed, I am I am wearing two headphones, like two different headphones. I am wearing a big pair of headphones, like headphones, like a headset, and I'm also wearing like smaller ones because mine broke. The other ones that I had broke. Like the cable that I had to connect this onto the microphone just broke, so I need to use two. Because I have one, like the white ones are for me to listen to my voice, so I connect it to the microphone, and then I have the big ones for music. Okay, let me finish posting this. I'm gonna be drawing for a little more because I kind of need to draw. I need to. Uh, to Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Let's get comfortable. So, as I was saying, I was talking about facial. You know what? What I should do? I should actually follow my own advice and practice each of these facial features individually. So, imagine like how would I do this? So maybe you have a face. Maybe you have like a just draw a circle. I just like drawing like a circle for this, and then from this point you can just what the fuck. You're gonna you're gonna be like, okay, we have maybe the most basic shape structure of a nose. If that's what you want to work on individually, and then I don't know. The first step is to understand it, and then you understand it as a three-dimensional shape. That's the first step for knowledge. Remember the thing I said about knowledge, that you need to have a lot of knowledge on the thing you're drawing. This is one of the first things, if not the first thing. The first thing is the knowledge on construction, of course, and the structure and the three-dimensional, the way it works in a three-dimensional way. That's the first thing you need to know. You want to avoid drawing things like you're drawing stickers. Now, what's going to happen is that after that, there's only so much you can do without any other knowledge on detail. So you need to know about the proportions as well, because proportions are actually, I think, it should be even the first thing, even above construction. proportions are so important. Like you can very easily fuck up the proportions in whatever it is that you're drawing, and it's going to look very bad, really terrible. It's going to look awful. This is pretty shitty nose. Experience is so important for anatomy. You gotta learn it, draw it, improve it. Improve if you get what I mean. Yes, but it's about specifically knowing what to iterate. You know, which in this case, more than even drawing, is observing. You need to. You're not. Look, you are going to improve very little by drawing. Very little. The only thing that you're going to improve by drawing is your sense for construction. That's all. Literally all. So if you observe something, if you observe the way human anatomy works, so you can draw it, you already did all the work. All the work is observing. Now, drawing is just like scratching the itch of doing what you learn, of applying what you learn. It's like, again, a display of your knowledge. But the act of drawing is barely going to help you. Like, if anything, I could say it's going to make you remember it a little better, which, yeah, it probably will. It probably will help you remember it better in terms of construction, right? In terms of perspective, it will make you remember the object better. But eh, I mean, all this to say that the most important thing to do is observing. Literally, you can just observe and not do anything else, not even draw, not even touch the pen, and you're gonna improve. Pinky promise. Been so long since I joined a Saro-ish head. This is trippy as shit. Ah. What is it gonna do? Have you guys watched my other YouTube channel? Because I'm posting videos there, and well, it's not art related. It's non like a more of like a blogs random shit. But I'm having a lot of fun with that. What is it? I'm going to let me see if I can link it here. In a second. I need to spam this channel fucking everywhere because it's not getting many views right now. So the more I can spam myself, spam my this channel onto my Instagram and YouTube, better I guess. It's just like more of like a personal space for me to just ramble and absolutely jap about random stuff. You know, that's not necessarily art related. That's also why I'm making the streams instead of posting videos because it gives me more freedom to just yap without, you know, 5 ways of drawing. Fuck you. In that one video, like the first video I posted, I was yapping about microplastics and testosterone in a man and how that's plummeting. So, for example, I want you to look at this for a minute. Well, it's not that this face or this head right here, this Sarah looking head, doesn't look particularly bad, but you will run into, well, should have made the ear a little longer. Let me actually fix that. Okay, good. But sometimes this is something that I was having a lot of issues with. I was genuinely like ugh, thinking too much and smashing my head against the wall trying to figure out how to fix this issue, which was that my faces would look very disproportional, but in a sneaky way. You know, in a way of like, for example, oh, the eyes look too big, or the head looks like weird or something. And you know, this is such a lack of understanding on the head and the facial features, because once you understand it, you pretty much never or very rarely make this type of mistakes again. So it's like one of the mistakes that I used to make is that I would make the head too small, like the actual head. So like the way that I kind of look at the face or the head, I have like a mental, especially when I'm starting, I have like a mental imaginary line on this right here, the eyebrows, and also the eyes sometimes, like here, especially the top one. I have this imaginary line. Uh, okay, so well, but let's just say the eyes are here, right? So let's just draw one here because this is important. So the eyes should be the center of the head, right? From the top of the cranium to the bottom of the jaw. So if it's the center, that means that these two parts should be the same size, right? You can't draw the head like this and then draw the rest of the face like this, because it's going to look like the head here, the brain, is non-existent. It's going to look like the character has an extra chromosome. So so what you're gonna do is really pay attention to this and try to make this two the same size. Easy. So here for example, I kind of fucked it up. Which if you do it in like a mindful way and you still fuck it up, it's not a big deal. Like it doesn't show as horribly here on this one, so it's not a big deal, honestly. And if you want to, like, maybe this guy, instead of looking like he has a short head or a small brain, it looks like he has a strong jaw, like this is Arrowhead. We can get away with it, but it's just the thing. No, yes, I'm actually saying that the lower half of this one face that I drew is longer, and I didn't notice. It's because when I make the Arrowhead, I tend to make the jaw a little sharper, a little more like protruding forward a little more, and that made me try it, because usually I have no excuse. It was just like a fucking mistake. I don't know why I'm justifying it, but yeah, it's longer, and this is something that if you fuck it up unconsciously, you will be scratching your head, be like, what happened here, brother? I want to show you. I actually don't want to show you, but I think I will for the sake of this. Like, hopefully there aren't too many people watching. Okay, because I want to show you my older drawings from like months ago, when I actually, well, you can find them on YouTube somewhere, I think. But I used to make this mistake a fucking lot, and you know, I used to think, man, why is this happening? I'm doing the Arrowhead. I'm applying, like, I'm approaching the head with perspective and with form, with construction, and with anatomy as well. I was actually drawing the cranium a lot and focusing on that. So I was like, okay, why is it looking like shit then? Let me try to see if I can find you one. I really don't want to. By the way, that's the first. Oh my god, this is really bad. Oh shit. Well, I don't even want to do it. I don't even know how I'm gonna share it because I can't share my I can't paste it in here. Wait, let me just see if I can show you my screen here. Okay. So you can't see it right now. Let me share my window capture here. Oh, my headphones died. Oh fuck, my headphones died. Fuck me, I can't listen to music now. Let me charge them real quickly. Okay. I look stupid now. I look fucking stupid. Okay. So here, right here, this one. Can you see it? It looks very terrible. You know, it's like everything. Like you have like so many proportion landmarks that you need to take care of, and if you miss one, all the drawing goes to shit, and you'll be wondering why. Let me let me see if I can show you more. Oh man, this is really bad. You see, I one of the mistakes that I made was the that I made the well, everything is very of proportion, but one thing like making the head too small will result in everything being thrown to shit because you can't reliably use that as a landmark. As a landmark. Good job on the face top left. Thank you. Yeah, I was actually drawing more faces, but I had to show you. Oh, let me actually. This is from. How many years ago do you think I drew this? Because this is actually from like 6 months ago. This is actually from like 6 months ago. Let me see if I have the exact dates. Yeah, it was in like January, February, somewhere here. I think it was in February. So, uh, no, so look, the face on the yes, the face on the right, I drew it in like February, and this was as best as I could do. This was I was giving my absolute best here. Uh, and you know, it doesn't really take too much time. You realize it's just like uh, it looks recent, just a loose sketch though, but the line quality to me looks close. The line quality is not bad. It's not particularly bad, but you know what I was missing. My constraint was not the line quality or anything, but it was instead proportions. It was just proportions. That's all. Let me see if I can find. And I was still fuck me. Like this is why I was so reluctant to put my drawings on the internet and everything because I was very self conscious as well that I was gonna shit. Like I was drawing I was improving very fast as well. Like I was improving as rapidly as I'm improving right now. Like from this point that I showed you, like February to August, I had improved. I had been improving at as fast, like equally as fast, previously to this point. This is why I was, practicing. But I was kind of self conscious to show my work and everything, but I was still doing streams. Let me see if I can show you a little more. You know, I used to have a bit of a laugh from last year, December of last year was roughly when I was started doing live streams. How do you study portrait specifically? Well, I studied portraits the same way as I studied the rest of things. As I studied. Oh shit! Wait, my I think my thing crashed. Let me get it back. Fuck me. The program I'm using to record Procreate crashed. Let me open it up real quick. Yeah, so the way that I was studying faces that I studied faces is the same way that I study everything else, but I'm gonna show you in a minute. Let me see if we can find some more ugly faces, because yeah, just to prove my point. Just to prove my point, because I think this is a very important thing, because that was the most important issue and constraint I was struggling with at the time, for real, and I didn't even realize it. It was like very hit or miss. Like sometimes it would look alright depending on the circumstances, and some other times it would look like shit. It was very random. I wasn't having like control. Let me fuck. Let me see if I can. Oh, fuck me. I don't wanna. Oh, this is so fucking terrible. Every time I look over, I get whiplash. My style is so different. You look over to what? Uh, can I? Is it sharing? No, it's not sharing. Let me see. Are those faces was drawing using references? I actually drew the face on the left. Like this one's no, this were not used from reference. Like the whole point of me studying is for me to be able to draw the faces without any reference. So if I am drawing faces from imagination, like if I want to draw faces from imagination, I'm not gonna use reference because that defeats the point. You know what I mean? So let me just recap a little bit what I was talking about for studying the faces. What you do is understand the face. So copying from a photo, like imagine you want to draw faces from imagination. If you copy from a photo and you do a lot of studies, that's gonna do jack shit. That's actually not gonna help you at all. You may think it is, but it's not gonna help you at all. Think about it. You look at faces 100 times a day and you still can't draw faces from imagination. It's not because you're useless. It's not because you are like incompetent or you have bad memory. It's because you actually need to study it with intention. You need to take the time to memorize the proportions and everything and how each facial feature works in a three-dimensional way. Your live stream, since your art style is so much more realistic. I don't know the name, bro. But I don't know the name either. I just call it the Kim Jong art style. Uh, I mean, it's not hyper realistic or anything. I mean, it actually depends on what type of realism you're kind of looking into, because the proportions have to be realistic, right? You have realistic proportions. You can say that your portrait is realistic. Is your shading realistic? That's another thing. I don't focus so much on shading, honestly, because I don't think that's a priority. Eventually, I will, but I'm not concerned with it. Like, oh fuck me! Wait, let me see if I can show you. Oh wait, I'm not sharing the other the other drawing. This one, this one. Oh yes, fuck. This seems like very shitty drawn faces on purpose, like very loose ones. But this was actually as much as I could do. This was actually me me actually like giving my best here. It was terrible, man. This was last year, like December last year. And yeah, you know, I gotten better at drawing faces and everything. I was these are some from today as well. Wait, you know, it's like everything matters when you focus on every little thing and everything. You know, I was here. I was trying to focus on shading as well, like which I'm not particularly good at, but you know, just things that Uh, here, you know, this is kind of what the way that I used to draw it, right? Which this has a lot of merit, by the way. I'm not saying this way is like trashy or anything, because if you do it right, you can actually overload it very quickly from here. But just like then, okay, then you start to like okay, try to make it more complex, and then you um, focus on the more specific details, and that's when you skyrocket, man. Like from 0 to 100, literally takes less time than you think. I dabble with drawing from imagination, memory as well. I wish I could be consistent. I'm really like some of the styles. I really like some of the styles I invent, but I don't know how to rotate shapes well. Listen, if you don't know perspective, you're not gonna succeed at drawing from imagination. You need to spend at least minimum 6 months of consistent perspective work. That is the prerequisite. Like if I wasn't good at perspective, by the way, if I didn't know any perspective and I was like zero, this wouldn't have been possible at all. You need to know perspective. You need to actually not neglect this never. And this is something I regret not having started sooner. Super important perspective. Otherwise, it's not going to click. You're not going to be able to apply all of these studying sessions. What I was saying is, what was I saying? Hmm. Man, you did such an amazing progress. Good on you. Thank you. I've been drawing faces from imagination and better for sure. I wonder what, how you study. I know perspective. I'm just not working on it enough. But the basic rules I learned, which making me not that bad. But I agree. I feel like I feel how missing perspective ruins my portraits and everything. Yeah, perspective is not just boxes, man. Perspective is not just boxes. Perspective is well, it is kind of boxes. Yes, it is just boxes basically to simplify it. But the way that you interact with those boxes, the way you make them kind of the way you convert them to anatomy, that is the thing that you want. Because when you are drawing, let's go back to the thing I was doing. When you go back to when you're drawing faces, the like each individual facial feature needs to have a perspective that makes sense and that you can feel as like a modular individual part that you can detach and retach. That is the thing that you want to understand. Otherwise, like you can have all the anatomy knowledge in the world and it's gonna be for nothing. It's gonna be for nothing. Let me give you a let me tell you a story that kind of shocked me a little bit. I remember the other day, like a few months ago, like 4 months ago, I was with my dad. I was staying at my dad's home for for a few weeks, and he knows I draw. He knows I'm an artist, and I was drawing engines. I was drawing engines and studying them, and I was like showing him to him because he kind of likes to see me draw and everything. So I showed him the drawings I was making on guns, engines, and he saw I was drawing engines, and he really likes engines and everything. He knows a lot about it. Like he knows a lot. Like I didn't even ask him, but he has a whiteboard on it on the wall next to the desk I was sitting on, and he started to literally gave me like a master class on car engines. He started to give me a demonstration. Well, he started to draw, and this is the cool part because he knew a little bit of perspective. He wasn't an artist. He doesn't really draw or anything, but he knew a little bit of perspective, and he also knew a lot about engines, visually as well. So the way he was drawing, like I wish I could have like a picture or remember it even, but it was like I remember I was shocked. I was like, "Fuck, you actually know some perspective. Whoa, that's actually impressive." Like he isn't an artist, and he knows how to draw engines better than I do because it's not a drawing skill. It's a mental skill. It's an observation skill. You see how it works? It's the same thing with faces, and with anatomy, and with everything else. The thing is that human anatomy, takes way longer than anything else that you want to draw. Anything else, everything else is like way easier. I read Dong Ho Kim book, if you know that one, anatomy. No, I haven't. I don't know if that's an anatomy book. I haven't read it. This dude named Broken Troll talk about this a lot. Yeah, my dad is a pretty cool guy. You know, something I was actually talking with a friend the other day, like yesterday. I was looking at some old photos of my dad, of me and my dad, and I was pretty happy to see because he's kind of old now. He's like over 50. He's like 50. He's I think he's about to turn 60 years old, and he's in amazing shape. Like he's been holding up so great. Like he stood the test of time, if you know what I'm saying. Because when people turn 60 years old, 50 years old, even younger, they turn to shit. Like they become ugly, not only physically, but like, well, yeah, mostly physically. They kind of stop taking care of themselves. And my dad has actually even gotten better since then, which I'm very happy about. How many people can say that about their own relatives? Because you can improve yourself, and you can eat healthy, exercise, and do this stuff for your own. But then expecting your parents and your friends to do the same is like, nah, not happening. You can't force people to get into like a healthy path and be good. Let me see if I can find another picture I wanted to say. This is a recent one, but before, actually, I remember having like a before and after when I realized, okay, something clicked when I was drawing faces. So it's like, for me, in terms of drawing faces, there was a before and an after. That there was a day where I was like, oh fuck, I certainly can draw this face. It looks good. And then from that point, I started drawing way better, because before that I didn't quite figure it out. I was having a lot of issues, and I don't even mean like last year. I mean this year. It was like, man, uh, honestly, I don't even. This is stuff I've never really shown anyone before, and that's for a reason, because it's really bad. It's really fucking terrible. Uh, okay, this stream has been everything but drawing, but I think this is important to for me to show. I think this stuff is motivating for people, because actually, something I used to do a lot was, whenever I would draw the head, I would start with the eyes. Whenever I would draw a face, I would start with the eyes. I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? No, you can't. Okay. Imagine I would start with the eyes and the eyebrows and everything, and I would like draw the outline of the face like this, and I would be too scared to draw like this upper part right here. I didn't even know why. It was just like intuitive. Intuitively, it was hard. It felt like, oh no, I'm gonna mess it up, but I didn't know why. And it's because this is what I meant by you have this line right here. Let me use another color here. You have this line. Always visualize the middle of the eyes, right? Because if you go, okay, so this is the distance here. This is the length between the middle of the eyes and the bottom of the jaw, right? The distance, or the length of the like upper part of the face, has to be the same. Has to be equally as long, because I used to do this, and now it looks like this person has an extra chromosome, because the head is too small. And I also used to make this mistake of drawing the eyes too squished up and too like. Let me show you. I don't know how to else. So like here. Like this. Imagine this is the hair. I would make some stupid mistake like this. And the thing is that when you I was drawing the eye too much to the right, like too much. I wasn't leaving any space for perspective. And I realized something very recently, that this problem could have been fixed, and I was doing this even unconsciously by drawing glasses. If I had started with glasses, drawing glasses onto your characters, it actually establishes a lot of perspective. So perspective and landmarks are very important. This size, this is too big, stupid. This line right here that separates the planes. That's the thing that you want. Otherwise, it's going to look very squished up the face if you don't take into consideration the perspective. But if you try to draw glasses onto this face, you can't, because there is no perspective applied onto this face. You see? So if you start with the glasses instead, that already establishes a lot of things. Because look, if I start with glasses, let me do this again. What this is going to do is establish a lot of things, not only perspective but also proportions, because the eyebrows are going to be right above the the glasses, right? So you already mapped the eyebrows as well. And if you know where the eyebrows are, you know where the eyes are. And if you know where the eyes are, you know where the nose is, which is kind of here, which is also it also help you the glasses. And if you know where the nose is, you know where the mouth is. And if you know where, well, like, because the perspective of this, also know where the ear is going to be. And from this point, you keep on doing the face, right? You you draw the face and you pay attention that, again, this is the same size. This is the same length. So you kind of measure it with your hands like this. With your hands like this. Bam, 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 like this. Boom, boom, boom. Is it? And it is. It's like the same size, so it doesn't look weird. It doesn't look awkward. That's how you do it. So it's really helpful. Those little tips like that. How did you practice drawing the muscles of the torso specifically? Muscles are very tricky to me, and I've been trying to learn them, but get stumped on where to start. Well, I started very. Oh fuck, man! This is very. This is such a long explanation. Uh, but like simply put, I just did it. Like I just started with the chest, for example, and then started to find the relationships with the other muscles. And if you don't know perspective and you try to learn the muscles, you're not going to succeed. You need to know perspective. That is non-negotiable. You absolutely need to know perspective, otherwise you're not going to be successful at drawing and even memorizing or understanding the muscles. Uh, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. Unfortunately, I don't make the rules. but I make pretty shitty proportional faces that I want to show you. I want to show you some relatively recent ones. Uh, if I can find one. I kind of don't want to, man. These are really bad. Fuck. Okay, let me take a screenshot of this one. Uh, this is fucking insanely bad. And this shows the mistake that I was making, by the way. Uh, Glasses are indeed lines and mostly boxes if we break it down to the most simple shit. Yeah, they're pretty much boxes. That is why I always draw glasses. It's like a cheat code because they're boxes. They're basically boxes that make sense if you put them on the face. What made the before and after click? Honestly, I don't know. I think at the time I was just learning. I was doing all of these things that I told you with intention because I already knew all this before my faces. Like when my faces were this bad, I already knew how to kind of fix it, or I already knew like the structure. But I wasn't prioritizing faces too much. I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave it for later because it's the hardest thing, so I'm gonna leave it for the very last step of the process, right? And eventually, when I started kind of putting in some intention into it, they improved. As simple as that. Like, there's no secret. I wish I could tell you, yes, I this is my secret technique, but it's just not. Okay, I can't seem to be able to share this. Can I? I can't share it. Uh, I'll come back to this to actually reply later, but this is my first time here. Okay, nice. Probably stick around for a little while. I haven't really been drawing too much. I have been just rambling and explaining shit, but I'm having fun. I'm having. I don't. I'm not complaining. Uh. Anyways, for the one person who's watching this still, let me see if I can find the other. If I can share the other. The other. Can I share the other? Fuck. Snip and sketch. I can't. Why is it that I can't share it? Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna go take another piss. I'll be back in 1 minute. Ah, you're motivating me to go practice drawing muscles. Let's go start. Right, it's actually fun. It's actually really fun. It just takes forever. It just takes a little time, but it's actually not hard. So let me tell you, you improve very fast, and that is going to keep you motivated. That is the thing that actually kept me motivated. The fact that I was seeing, even if it was a little bit, I was seeing the most consistent improvement possible. Um, Even if it was very small, like every week I was improving, literally, because it's something you just improve. It's like the analogy I always use is memorizing the lyrics of a song. Every day you should improve at knowing the lyrics of a song. Like if your goal, imagine your goal is memorizing the lyrics of whatever song. Let's just say that you want to memorize "Rap God" by Eminem. You know, the super complicated song with a lot of words. So what you do is every day you memorize a little bit of the song and then you try to sing it. So you're going to improve, right? You're going to memorize it regardless of how talented you are, unless you are an absolute retard, unless you have an extra chromosome like the like the woman I drew here on the left. You should not have any issues doing the thing I mentioned. So let me see if I can find the. This is not particularly something that is particularly useful, but I just find it kind of fun. Let me see if I can find the moment where I was like, okay, this is clicking for me when it came to drawing faces. Uh, because, let me actually. Because before that, again, it was like I didn't even know why they were bad. Because often when you study the way I do, you know why you suck at something. It's not like, oh, why am I bad at this? Maybe the universe will reward me with some skill eventually. No, you don't think that way. You think, okay, I'm bad at drawing feet because I haven't practiced feet. That's it. But if you've practiced face a lot, if you're practicing each individual features, then you wonder, okay, why does it still look like dog shit? You know? And the more mindful you can be on exactly what is the thing you are messing up, the better. Like a mathematical equation. You'd be a good motivational speaker. I actually like to talk a lot. So look, if you wanna hear me ramble or something, just go to the channel I made. It has like 5 people watching my videos right now, but I'm fine with it. It's like my space for just rambling and talking about stuff like this, talking about life a little bit. Okay, let me show you the real quickly, right? I feel like I'm procrastinating too much. Instead of drawing, I'm just doing doing whatever bullshit here. But I want to show you the things. This one. Oh yeah. So this is kind of like the phenomenon I was describing here on the here with with this one drawing. Exactly that. Like I think you can see it. It's like the eyes were always like too wide, but at the same time they weren't. It's not that the eyes were too wide; it's that the rest of the head was too small, and that was making everything look horrendous. Self promoting again. Self promoting once again. Uh, yeah. I mean, listening to people talk in like a way that they're actually, I hate YouTube right now. I hate the state of YouTube right now because I feel like everything is just too, everything feels too scripted. Everything feels too AI generated. You don't feel like people when they talk are actually saying anything. Everything feels like too lazy and that people are not trying to be authentic and genuine about who they are. This is why I made the channel actually because I felt like this art channel is nice and I like it, but I feel like I didn't have enough voice for enough of a voice to talk about deeper stuff and be more authentic. I think. Mm, I like it more like this. Okay. Okay. So, drawing. Let's go back to that. It's been like 3 hours and I've only done like nothing. Anyways, as I was saying, the most important thing with the face is proportions, man. Because you can have a very simplified face, and it's going to look good, and the only thing that's gonna hold you back is not detail, it's not rendering it, you know? I've seen people, I have seen people trying to rescue, trying to save an ugly face or an ugly drawing by drowning it on shading and rendering in some way, and it looks awful. Don't do it. You know, I this is why I rarely do rendering or finished looking stuff, because I want to show, or I want to at least show myself that I'm capable of doing on change on like a very like the raw knowing, like fuck, I can't talk, the raw knowledge of the thing that I'm drawing. You know, I want to show that without drowning it in so much detail that is just like flashy and not really, uh, doing anything to help you improve or memorize the anatomy. Hello, do you know the extensor carpi radialis lung? Uh, Probably not by name. I'm assuming that's like in the forearm, like the forearm, like this, somewhere around here, right? Look, I'm always gonna say this. I am a retard when it comes to, oh yeah, the names of the things. Like if I'm trying to explain or give a demonstration about, yeah, so this is the this area of the face and the skull and everything, chances are I'm going to be butchering some of the names. I'm not gonna remember all of it, of course, and it's going to be, just like me not knowing what I'm doing. And in some way, it's not that I'm not knowing what I'm doing, because I do. Visually, I know what I'm doing. I may not know the name of the muscle, but I know what it looks like. I know how the radiobrachialis looks when you do this movement right here. How the way it kind of changes, and now if this is like a bit of an arrow, and now it's pointing upwards. And now when you, I don't know, twist your wrist like this, it kind of squishes in this way. Everything that you learn should be more visually than in theory. I don't think there's any particular benefit on learning the names and everything. Darth Luigi, where is Luke Mario? Where's Luke Mario? You know, I actually I actually don't know. There is this artist. I don't know if you guys know him, Macario. He also does a lot of like drawing from memory and stuff. He's amazing. I've talked with him uh, a few times, and this guy, he's also from here, from Colombia. I was yet to see another artist from South America, and he happens to be really good. I was actually gonna meet him like this month because he's moving to the U.S., but I'm not. I'm not traveling, man. Not this year anymore. Shout out to Luke Mario. The names help me organize them visually. I don't. I don't. I mean, when it comes to like the super autistic, complicated names, I don't want to even bother. Like extensor carpi radialis longus. That's too much, man. That's too much. Because you can have a name that's like very short, like okay, maybe the infraspinatus. Okay, good. You at least know the name, which is very simple, right? There's no way of no reason for not knowing that. Or the scapula. Okay, good. The glutes. Okay, like how are you not gonna know those names? But don't make me fucking memorize like weird stuff like the there's some stuff that you just don't need. You don't need to memorize the full nervous system or something or the organs even. At least you just gotta know what's on the outside on like the shell, and that's gonna be okay. Semitendinosus. I told you, man. I'm as intelligent as this person. Sternocleidomastoid. Yeah, yeah, that one. Yeah, of course. The neck muscle. I think mine is visible now that I'm leaner. I think you can see mine. Shit, see mine here. Eh, I don't know. What is the sternocleidomastoid? The muscles in your neck. Memorizing. Look, it's not about memorizing. It's about understanding. As long as you understand it and visually, you need to memorize it, right? But memorizing the names is kind of okay, good. Maybe if you want to fully commit to the thing, but sometimes, especially if the thing is kind of pointless, right? Especially if it's a muscle, like for example the infraspinatus. The infraspinatus is a muscle that is very rarely going to be visible, especially in like the average person's physique. You are rarely going to be drawing that fucking muscle unless you're drawing a bodybuilder. So what's the point of even that's something that if you want to go full on super super mega autistic mode with anatomy and you really want to be super experienced to such a degree, then go and do it. But you don't need to, right? You only need to focus on the most important things for now. Otherwise, you're just gonna be I don't know. I did that, and it was kind of fun because you actually felt like you were learning something, but at the same time, your progress will be constrained a little bit. Eh, are quite visible if you're a fucking bodybuilder. Come on. Especially like it maybe in certain poses. Depends, right? Maybe that wasn't the best example, but maybe there are some muscles that or some body parts that are just like that. What about facial muscles? Facial muscles, the pressure label inferioris. Mental levate. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you saying like a Harry Potter spell or some shit? I don't know. I don't think you need to. I mean, if you want, but like, it's not gonna be visible. What my rule is, okay, if it's visible, you study it. If it's not, it's optional. Those physiologists were trolling. They were trying to cast spells. Yeah, man. It's like why make up such fucking complicated names? Just call it the lips. That's it. Lip muscles. Whoa. Lip muscle. Like, what fucking difference is it gonna make if you just call it the lip muscles? The lip muscles that are a little bit on the upper end. Okay, boom. Yeah, you're good to go. Guys, go follow me on the other channel. I'm going to post another video today. I was supposed to upload a video yesterday, but I didn't. So it's gonna be today. Where is it located? Orbicularis oris is an easy one to remember. Bro, don't ask me. I don't know. I'm all about bro scientists if you bro science if you know what I mean. I'm a bro scientist right here. If you don't know, it's okay because I made it up. Oh Jesus! What is your source? I made it the fuck up. Uh, Yeah, I think the advantage of watching my videos is that I'm a retard, so naturally the type of explanations you will hear from me are just very um, straightforward, without any bullshit, without any fancy terms. If you have just a couple of brain cells to spare in your brain, you can still follow what I say and you'll be fine. You will see progress. I shall go. We'll hop by sometimes when you do stream. Sayonara. All right. Probably do another tomorrow. Like I started to. I need to go to bed earlier so I can wake up earlier and do my shit earlier, so I can start streaming earlier. Dun, 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 dun. What time is it? I should go at like 5. I think I'm probably gonna stay for another hour. Oh, that's the other thing. Like streaming really makes me grounded. It makes me fucking work. Well, which is ironic because I haven't been doing anything. It's been like already almost 3 hours and I haven't done shit. But in theory, you should keep me fairly grounded and like drawing often and without distracting myself too much, which I do like. I don't like being distracted and watching fucking Mr. Beast. Because that's the thing. You think, oh, I'm just gonna watch some bullshit whilst drawing. It should be fine. I should be scratching the itch and I will. You know, because I've seen people do that. I've seen people watching videos whilst drawing. Like they literally send me like screenshots of their work, and and they're watching like something, and I'm thinking, oh, I want to do the same thing, you know, because sometimes when I'm feeling lazy, maybe that's gonna help. But it's bullshit. I end up just not doing anything, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Yeah, and I don't even watch YouTube. I don't even watch YouTube. Like I have all my recommendations turned off. I don't even have a homepage. I don't have like a feed. I don't even use Instagram anymore or anything like for scrolling. But I don't even watch YouTube either. Like I have YouTube, but I don't watch it. I have everything turned off, disabled, so I don't see any videos from Mr. Beast or whatever bullshit slop channel. And this is the same thing with Instagram. Like I think it is very important for me as a content creator to be very responsible with the way I use social media. You know, I am a creator, of course, but I don't want to get addicted to it. I don't want to get addicted to the fucking app. And so far, I've been doing a pretty good job. That's something I congratulate myself for, honestly. I have been scrolling very little last few days. It's good for doodling, not when you expect to learn something or create a good piece. I thought the same thing. I thought, maybe watching something is going to put me in a mood that is going to be more relaxed. I'm going to be overthinking less. But at the same time, I'm like, man, I'm not even drawing. I'm just watching this bullshit and I'm not even holding the pen. You know? I don't like it. Again, I'm not particularly good at rendering, but I'm trying. I'm trying. Sometimes he does make up for a shitty drawing. Spat all over my screen. I'm just cleaning it up. Cleaning it up. Mm, smoosh. Fuck. Fun fact: I did a commission for Mr. Beast's wife before she even met him. Holy shit! That is quite the achievement. Because of you. Oh man, I mean, what the fuck? I just don't like Mr. Beast. Although, my opinion on him has been less negative, I guess. Like, content on YouTube has become so bad, so AI generated slop bullshit brain rot that I no longer find Mr. Beast as bad because of how low the bar is. The standards are so fucking low that now Mr. Beast is almost like a good person. What's wrong with this thing, babe? Uh, Hmm. I really hate drawing this thing. The serratus anterior. All right, that's it. One day I'll get good at rendering faces. One day. Damn it. Who is your favorite artist? I think. You mean in general? Painting and drawing? I mean, depending on what, I had different artists. Different artists. Yes, I think Kim Jong Gi. Also, I like this guy. He's called Mark Daniel. He's the illustrator of the Alice in Wonderland books. Tenian? Mark Tenniel? I know, John Tenniel, not Mark. Fuck. John Tenniel, I think. John Tenniel. He's amazing at drawing from imagination. I think in his biography, well, he was like a very old artist from like the 1800s, I think. But the guy was pretty good at drawing from imagination. In fact, I think in his biography he said that he had photographic memory. Who knows? Who the fuck actually knows? um, but yeah, Kim Jong Gi also. I really like Macario, the guy I mentioned, Mario. Mhm. 10, 10, 10. Yeah, I recommend you look him up. The guy is pretty good. I really enjoy his work. Well, it was because he died like a long time ago, like 100 years ago. Something crazy. But yes, Kim Jong Il. The thing with Kim Jong Il is that it is so insane because you rarely see such a disgusting gap between the best artists in the world. Like, I don't know, think of a fucking guitar player. Think of like a musician or something. Who's the best guitar player in the world? It's like, okay, you might throw in like 20 names that are like top best ever. But here, like Kim Jong Un is the fucking best. There's no one that comes even close. It is actually insane. Hello, Ren. What's up? Hendrix. Oh yeah, Jimmy Hendrix. Jimmy Hendrix. Like the Rizzler, Hendrix. My favorite artist, my favorite painter. Yeah, you see the difference here. It only took me forever. You see the difference here between these two, right? The the hard part, like the most essential part, the hardest part that actually makes a face or a portrait looks good, it's what's in here. Not here, but here. The proportions are the literal foundation of this. So, yeah, you need to be able to do this. So, man. It's kind of weird because I changed the color. I drew the I drew the body too small. You look cute when you're drawing. Bro, when I'm drawing, I'm doing this. Well, yes, I do look kind of cute when I'm just doing this. I don't know. I have the habit of like turning my head. So if you see a time lapse of me drawing, I'm basically doing this, and I'm squinting my eyes. I don't know why I do this shit. It's like people used to joke and ask me, "Oh, is this guy sleeping or something?" I'm like, "Bro, no, I'm just concentrated. I promise, just concentrated." People thought I was Asian because I always have like squinted eyes. I guess I got so used to squinting my eyes when I was painting that it just kind of stuck with me. It never left. I permanently became whatever the fuck. Hmm. Let's see what else. Okay, so far, that's what we've been doing. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot of drawings here today, I'm afraid, but it's fine. It's fine. The important thing is the intention. The important thing, like, I honestly don't give a fuck if I haven't been drawing as much as like right now in this session because at least I haven't. It's not like I've been scrolling, right? It's not like I've been scrolling or doing whatever. Oh yeah, there's so much noise. I'm sorry for that. I need to like download the drivers of my microphone and see if I can reduce the noise. I live in an eight-story building. Like I lived on the eighth story of a large building, and you can still hear like it's not because of the microphone. It's because you can hear everything that happens outside. So imagine there's a group of fucking alcoholic Latino middle-aged men who every fucking night they play the loudest, horrendous music you can ever think of, and I can hear everything like a mile away, from a fucking mile away on an eight on the eighth story of the building. I can hear everything, and I think it's because of the windows. I think because I live in a fairly nice building. The windows are panoramic, so it takes the entire wall. So the wall in front of me is literally just a window, the whole fucking wall. But I think that makes it so it's less soundproof. Like the to be fair, yes, the windows are very thin, so you can pretty much hear everything. It's the equivalent of not having a fucking wall at all, just like having like a hole in the wall. Basically, it's just like man, not good, not good for noise. And it's really shitty because yeah, I live in a very nice looking building, but if you go outside, if you look at the window, everything is a shithole. There's trash everywhere. There's this drunk motherfuckers being loud, being rowdy, and everything. Especially at fuck like yesterday at 12. I was awake at 12 1 a.m. and people were like loud as shit. It's insane. It's horrendous. Insufferable, man. Insufferable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Crime rate? No, no. It's actually very safe. Like I live in Colombia, South America, third world country. Pablo Escobar, drugs. But the place I live is very safe. Like there's no crimes or insecurity here. Like I live in a small, relative small city slash town, and everything's chill. Everything's so chill here. So I don't worry about any of that. Oh yeah, absolutely. But when I was living in Venezuela, I didn't even feel insecure at all. I mean, I guess I lived in a very nice area where, well, to be fair, I didn't also go outside at all. So I was like staying at home all day. Uh, I know what is your name or what can I call you? You can call me Luigi. It's in my YouTube name. My actual name is Luis, but I like Luigi better. What was I gonna? Um, Here, I was going to draw like I was going to draw like another face. Oh, what am I gonna do? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I want to draw like another like set of goggles. Louis Henry's. No clue who that is. Okay. Can't even start by. Louis Hendrix. Hen Hendrix. Alejandris. Wait. God damn it, I already fucked up the perspective. Do you like listening to music while drawing? Yeah, I'm listening to music right now. I just can't play it. Ugh. I tried watching like bullshit content while drawing, but it didn't work. Yesterday, I was watching a video of. I just get so easily distracted. Like I'm already getting distracted right now by talking. I was watching a video of like a grown man going into like fuck, a grown man spending a whole night sleeping in the kids like play park at a 24-hour McDonald. Don't ask me, man. I don't know. Damn it. Hello. 7.35.5. Mm, Not gonna lie, I didn't change my profile picture in YouTube 2019. Yeah, I had a similar one when I was younger. My username on YouTube when I was like 12 was, yeah, when I was 11, 12 was the autistic hitman. That was my user, the autistic hitman. It was an autistic name, if you ask me. I'm so done right now. The neurodivergent assassin. Didn't even know what like autism was at the time. It wasn't like a popular internet slang like it is now. Do you start with construction twin? I mean, brother, the only construction I do basically is just like a little circle, but I'm just like this. I don't even know why it's just symbolic. I don't even need to do it like the circle before drawing shit. Bro is brute forcing anatomy. Shut up. What does brute forcing anatomy mean? Brute force. I think you mean raw dogging. That's a different term. I mean, we need to be like accurate here. We need to be correct. Going to draw. I'm going to draw Jeffrey Epstein here. Well, I mean, technically it is the same thing. Well, it isn't. I mean, it may not seem like I'm using any guidelines. Well, it may seem like I'm not using any guidelines, but in reality, I am. You know, aside from this like outline of the ugly circle I drew. I have a bunch of guidelines hidden. You can't see it. They're hidden here. I'm not sharing my screen, but the big E plus Donald Sen illustration. Yeah, I need to do that crossover. Uh, no way, I don't want to. I'm not gonna lie, I found the channel because of the social media vid. That thumbnail was pretty impossible to scroll past. What video? You mean on YouTube? Man, it's been so long since I post on YouTube. That video you mentioned must be like 6 or 7 months old. If you know what I mean. Why are you shirtless on your videos? I'm not shirtless right now. Not right now. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, at that moment, listen. At that point, I wanted to make. I was focusing on drawing from imagination and everything, and I wanted to focus my channel on that. But at the same time, I wanted to make like a series of like videos of me just rambling about stuff that is a little bit less art related and it's more self improvement focused. So I was just having like the painting or the drawing in the background playing, just just to have something playing for the sake of it. But I didn't, you know, if you like that video, if you like, I like rambling and yapping about stuff for a long time. If you like listening to me ramble and everything, I literally just made a new YouTube channel. Right now, no one is watching that shit, but I think it's really good. I think it's like the videos are bangers. The videos I'm posting there. So if you want to follow me there, I'm literally not talking about art, just rambling about life and other stuff. But I think this is the type of videos that I would watch that are not art related because I think there's more to me than just drawing. And I want to show that to people. Let me paste the link here. I actually posted it here on the chat a bit ago, but let me post it here again. The name of the channel is Borget Luigi, which is a pretty weird name. but I used it because it was the same name. Well, not exactly the same name, of course, but it was the same name that my brother used as his PlayStation username, and it kind of stuck with me. And I was like, that'd be funny. Because we have the same name, of course, the same surname. I've seen a lot of guys on YouTube in the last year or so, like Polly Walnuts, who just talk about their lives while having a COD gameplay in the background. It's nice comfort. Yes, but I wanted to try to revolutionize the because I was like, man, I don't watch YouTube, right? I'm not a person who watches YouTube consistently, like for entertainment or anything. But a few months ago, I was having a chat with my friend because he's also like a YouTuber, and we were talking about, okay, how can I appeal to people in a more authentic way that I can just talk about me more, and I can make it more around me and tell stories and everything. And I came up with the conclusion that instead of me trying to be an educator or a teacher, like I'm currently focusing on this channel, it's better to just be like an influencer, man. In the way of like not even trying to teach people, because in some way more than teaching people, more than being taught, people want to just have someone that they can relate to. And I instantly thought back to those type of people, like the OG, like 2014, 20 like 13 people who do but back to those times where people did like Call of Duty gameplay in the background and they just talked about shit, just rambling. And I was thinking, okay, what if I do something like that, but at the same time I talk about stuff that can actually help people. So it's not just me just rambling about anything, and at the end of the video you're like, okay, why did I watch this shit? But you're actually like, okay, fuck me, it actually helped me in some way, or it gave me insights, or at the very least it made me like this guy. That's something that I kind of wanted to figure out, because I feel like I wasn't able to pursue that properly with this channel, so I needed to make a new one. Honestly, I don't even know, man. If I could make money from whatever other random thing aside from drawing, I mean, I really like drawing, as you can see. It's like my passion right now. But I wouldn't really want to make money from this, like as a main thing. Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Right now, especially, I want to make money from this. This is why I'm doing mentorships. I'm doing coaching calls. So you know, you can book one with me if you want. But the thing is that there is only so much I can talk about when I'm talking about art. And that's the thing that had been bugging me for a while. I wanted to, yes, I wanted to talk about more deep personal stuff, which feels weird. Imagine if I make a random video about drawing or me drawing, and I talk about the stuff I was talking about, like microplastics. The first video I posted was something like, "You have microplastics in your balls." Imagine I just randomly talked about it. I mean, I can, but I prefer to have a more, I don't know, organized way of posting things and approaching my audience. I have no clue what I'm gonna do. I need to figure it out. Uh, that's the shit I enjoy watching on YouTube nowadays. So good shit. There's also Dr. K, who's great, and Choop Boom Balls. I have no clue, man. I don't know who these are. Heartbeat sensor on the sniper. Uh, I don't know if you mean that. I don't know if you mean that in a derogatory way, but I ended up getting rid of it because it was doing nothing. It would blow up the channel if it was a semi shit post, semi deep video. Yes, you're right. I need to make it more shit posty, more digestible for people who just want to have a laugh. I also wanted to like see if I could like download some other random games. My computer is dog shit. I can barely run. And I don't really play a lot of games anyways. That was my first time playing Call of Duty in like years. Mm, fuck. I don't know how to draw loops. Oh my god, sorry for that. Any gamers in chat? Uh, I used to be a bit of a gamer. I used to be a Fortniter. I don't know why some of the comments, some of like the message here that you guys are posting in the chat are not appearing on the YouTube one. Oh yes, yes now it is. It was just posting the top ones, but since there are like 3 people watching this shit, I don't know. I've never played Dark Souls or anything. None of those games. The only game that I played that is kind of like Souls like is Sekiro. I think that one counts. That's the only one I played, and I didn't even finish it. I don't know how to fucking draw loops. Let me. Oh my god, guys! I'm sorry for the noise. Those were the retard neighbors, like people drunk alcoholics I was talking about. Oh my god. Why is the fucking music so loud? It's even loud for their own standards right now. I'm gonna shut up. 42 decibels. 33. You can absolutely hear the fucking music. Oh my god. These people don't let me sleep at night. Every fucking every day I wish to go in there and start sliming everyone. Like people say nowadays, sliming people. Not finished, but your art looks good. Thank you. Thank you. I actually did a bit of like. There's some more here. I think you guys can see it, but this is all the stuff so far from the stream. 4 hours for 4 drawings. Like I literally spent about an hour on each of these. No, but I was always more of like a Call of Duty guy or like a competitive multiplayer games guy. You know, like I used to play a lot of Fortnite, especially. Fortnite was like my main video game. Right now, it's I haven't played Fortnite in years, literally years. But even when I stopped playing, it was already like dog shit. I can't even imagine how it is right now. I want to do something. Okay, so now they are at Sekiro, so a social gamer. I I'm an a social gamer. LOL. Yeah, I used to play. I don't really want to play video games if I'm not playing with my friends. Like I used to be very video game addict. This is why for me posting these gameplay videos was kind of like a an unhinged idea. But I don't know. Yo, bro, your mentorship was so useful. Seeing massive improvement in my mannequins. I really just had to draw them 1,000 times. Nice, nice. Uh, yeah, I mean that's what I did. Honestly, I think that's part of like the advice that I give. That is something that I do myself. It's not like I'm gonna tell you, hey, do this. Yeah, do the Loomis method, and I don't even do the fucking Loomis method myself. Do you see me doing any bullshit here? Loomis method, dog shit that doesn't even work? No, I'm not doing the Loomis method. I don't like the Loomis method. It's not necessary, especially if you're a beginner. It's useless. It is worse than useless. The reason I tell you, hey, do the mannequins a thousand times is because I did the mannequin a thousand times, and I saw, oh my god, it's working. It's actually getting me somewhere. But of course, there is a lot of steps. It's like, okay, you did the mannequin, now you need to move on to another step and then other thing and so on. I used the Loomis method. You're a chud. I'm sorry. You're a chud. You can start leaving this channel now. You're not welcome here. Loomis method plus Riley Reid. I have no idea what that is. Uh, I don't know. I used to. You know what method I do? I do the Darth Luigi method. Yeah. You probably never heard of it because I just made it up. The Darth Luigi method works very well. Choo. Uh, Yo, did you see Broken Draw shout out you out? Shout you out. Uh, Somebody told me like some time ago, like months ago, in one of his live streams. Yeah, I didn't ended up seeing the live stream. I'm sure you'd recognize Riley Rhythms if you saw an image. No, but I've never. Oh, yesterday. No idea. I haven't talked with him, but I've talked with Athoro. That's his friend, I think. Yes, his friend. In his new video. Oh, I saw he made a video on like videos and resources for artists. Bro, I hope he didn't like put one of my videos there. I really don't like my own videos. I really hate my own fucking videos. I don't want like they're kind of valuable and all, but I don't like them, especially because they're kind of old. I hope I was I saw the video and I was like, oh man, this is too niche. I hope he doesn't like mention me or anything. Ah, fuck. He even shouted out Vigi. I don't know who that is. No, I don't know. I don't know. Rayleigh rhythms. I guess you mean like the. Do you mean like the quick figure thing, like the gesture thing? Is that what you mean? Because when you say rhythm, I think you're like this, right? Because I also think this is dog shit. Sorry if I don't know. I honestly don't even know what it is. But I apologize. Me apologize. what is the type of clothing that a pilot wears, like a World War II pilot wears? This is the type of stuff that we need to study, right? So I can draw stuff properly. Okay. Yeah, I know they wear like a jacket and like a fluffy something. Jacket. Like a leather jacket. Whatever. Let's see if I can pull this off. No, as I said, I don't really watch much YouTube uh, at all, really. Like not even at this point for like entertainment or for even education anymore too much. Okay, let's give this guy. Wait. Let's give this guy a whatever this is. I wanna give this guy a hair like a like a greasy redditor. That type of hairstyle. But I don't think I know how to do it without it making it look like a woman. Did you know the long head of the triceps attached to the infra? Yeah, of course. Obviously, yeah. Who doesn't know that? Actually, no, because like firsthand. Let's look at those. Oh my god, I haven't gone to the gym in a while, so it's probably going to look. My arms are probably gonna look small. Let's see. Your triceps. What's up? What up? What up? I use myself as an anatomy. I don't need an anatomy book. I am the anatomy book. Point at the long head of the triceps. All right, if you insist. The long head. Okay, so this is the. This is the. This I think this is the long head. Wait, fuck. How do I? Okay, so wait. This is the short head, and this is the long head, right? The one here, like that's gonna behind. Wait, let me. Yeah, yeah. This is the long head. This is the long head. This one over here, right? This one. One on the back. Yeah, this one. Whatever. I need to train more. I haven't been going to the gym so much. I should. I'm actually gonna go in a while after I finish this. I should actually finish this. Should be done with the stream now. It's been already a long time. Know what I'm saying? So long time. It's been a long time. I'm gonna be completely honest. Fuck, I don't think I like that Broken Draw mentioned me on the video. I mean I need to watch it I guess, but fuck me, I really don't like my own videos. I you would have thought that you'd reach a point where you stopped feeling like this about your own content, but I don't like my own fucking videos, man. Especially because I wasn't like right now. Okay, I understand it. Fair enough. But it's like back then, bro. The last video I made on anatomy or perspective, like whatever, was like so long ago. I think that video is still amazing and it holds up still pretty good. But I wasn't as good as I am right now, even though it was like some months ago. Insecurity. I really am too worried about whatever the fuck people are gonna think about me. There is a long head, the medial and the lateral head. Yeah, I know that. Okay, guys. The video ends here. The live stream ends here. I had a lot of fun. It was really nice having you. I love you. I should be able to. Well, I'll stream tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow. I promise. Tomorrow at like I want to say 12, 12 CST time, like Colombia time. Just whatever. Look it up. I'm gonna post it on Instagram anyways or whatever. Yeah. Just darkness ahead. Right. All right, guys. See you tomorrow, 12. Darkness as in sleep. Darkness is in butthole. All right. All right. See you guys.